page 1. We have completed the welcome and roll call, and now we're moving on to approving the agenda. Please note, it is a very packed agenda. And while we want to encourage robust discussion, I encourage everyone to think about how we can stay on time. This agenda is being proposed by the CoC Board Executive Committee, so it does not need a second. Is there any discussion about the agenda before we proceed forward? Hearing none, let's vote. Anyone opposed to today's agenda? Hearing none, the motion passes. Now we are going to move into the prior CoC board minutes. There needs to be a motion to approve and a second. Does anyone wish to make a motion?
I make a motion to approve.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, let's vote. Do anyone oppose to approving the minutes? Hearing none, the motion passed. Let's keep going. We're going to move into the public comment section, and I'm going to let All Chicago facilitate this.
Great, thanks, Regina. So first up is Mark Raifman. I'm not sure whether I hadn't seen his name pop in, but maybe he's in the office. If not, Mark.
I'm here. Yes.
Great.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. I'm Mark Raifman. I'm a Social Security disability attorney, and CoC member, and recently have been part of a growing group of individuals and organizations calling for extreme weather planning in Chicago. I have sad news to bring today. There was the medical examiner this year started tracking cold weather deaths. There was a man who 2 weeks ago yesterday froze to death on West Gladys Avenue at about 11:30 in the morning. I want to start by asking if someone on the board would consider during the meeting moving for a moment of silence, just so we can remember him and honor the loss and the tragedy of this. What some of us will do moving forward when something like this happens is try to find out a little bit more. I don't know this individual's name, and see if we can connect with his friends, family, make sure they're aware so they can mourn properly, and also see what we can learn from it to try to prevent this from happening again. We went through a similar process last year with a man named Joey DeGay. And over the course of the past year, I spoke about him at a meeting about a year ago, and we later a group of us got to know his sister fairly well, some of his friends, and learn some things about just how the system works and the silos that we all operate in between the hospital systems and the warming centers, and just unfortunate lack of communication and coordination sometimes between the two. His friend also told me, and this was something I wasn't expecting to learn, that at times when she was seeking warmth in the subway system, the city turned on the cold air to get people to leave. So it's things like that you can only pick up by trying to understand what happens to people, and then the question becomes what the CoC can do to prevent it. Now, there's been a lot of progress this year as well. At the same time, the front door line of action at the CoC approved a really good set of recommendations to work on the front door. That is, sitting there waiting for the board to take action. 40 out of 50 aldermen, way more than voted for the budget this week, have called for an extreme weather planning session, which we had an initial hearing in October. We collectively, because I didn't speak, but there were a number of people there who spoke and offered up some really good ideas. So the ideas are there. The One System Initiative had a number of wonderful recommendations. And I think the question becomes, who and how and where is the forum where we start putting forth a game plan for extreme weather for winter and summer. I think that some initial steps are great. I know there's some good news coming down the line soon about, a new navigation center. For the first time, I saw the city, I'm grateful for this, put out in writing that 10 South Kedzie is not an overnight warming center, which is, clear communication
It's
about,
recorded.
and we're still at a point where the only place that if someone came to one of us today and said, it's going to be 10 degrees tonight and I have nowhere to go, from best I can tell, the only thing we can recommend is go to a police station, go to an ER, or go to the subway. But there really is nowhere else open. And if that's where we want to leave it,
Mark?
I think there's a lot. Yeah, go ahead.
Apologies to interrupt, but we've hit the 3 minutes that you had for
Okay.
public comment.
Thank you, Beth. Yeah, thank you. And thank you for everyone for listening.
Yeah. Next up, we have Julie Dickinson, another person I don't see logged in, but maybe is in the office.
Right here. Hi,
Great.
and I'm just backing up Mark. I've recently joined this coalition of extreme weather planners. And just wanted to reiterate just a little, like, this group can really make a difference. We have a lot of policies like the Arctic blast that happened recently. The city put out, the Office of Emergency Management, that the Chicago warming centers would be open for this Arctic blast. And it's a policy that looks good on paper, but in reality, nothing was open beyond 9 to 5. And so the warming centers don't, there's 190 warming centers, and so this looks good on paper. And 311 to call shelter, get shelter, once again, looks good on paper, but all of this continuum of care group knows, because we've worked with people, that those systems are not functioning like they should, like they look on paper. This looks like, okay, we got this all figured out, we're ready. But there's nothing consistent, there's nothing that's been open. So I guess my call to action for this continuum of care group, backing up what Mark is talking about and this coalition has been bringing together, is for us all to come together, us all to keep an eye on what's happening and work together to give the city support where they need it, to call out with 311. We have a group that's part of this coalition, the NWA, Monica, who tracks 311 calls for shelter, and how many for November they had 107 calls that they placed for shelter at 311. 2 people got it. And I know, actually, because I've worked with new life centers on the asylum program recently, and just talked to them yesterday, what's happening with some of the new shelter system coming on board. But we need to make sure that it actually functions in reality, not just on paper, and give our aldermen, our city, the voice, the oomph to be able to actually make policy that works on the ground. So we're here and would love to have more input, feedback, support. There's a bit.ly/EWP Emergency Weather Planner Chicago sign up that people can join, and just there's 7 calls to action of things to make it better, and want people to communicate with us so that we can be a voice too, to make all these systems come together to actually work, not just on paper, but in reality. 3 minutes done?
Yeah, thanks, Julie. That concludes the list of folks that I had who had signed up for public comment, Regina.
Okay. Thank you, Beth. And I want to take this opportunity to just express my concern. I hear what both indicated as far as the extreme weather condition. And I know we talked as executive committee, really wanted to focus on the public comments and being able to provide some response prior to our next meeting. So I hear what both are indicating, and that's definitely something that's really high on our agenda at the executive committee level. And there are individuals on this call, and hopefully I can provide some updates as well proceeding forward, or the next chair can, concerning some of the expressed concerns that we do have about extreme weather conditions in Chicago, and really having a viable plan that everyone is aware of and can communicate adequately to the people that really need it the most. So thank you for your public comments today. I'm going to move into the executive committee updates. The executive committee wanted to provide an update to the board related to the meeting the executive committee had with DFSS and the chief homeless officer, Sandy Soto, on Monday, December 9th. The original meeting request came after the executive committee heard concerns from the CoC members about the approach to the Humboldt Park encampment closure. However, since the meeting could not be scheduled until after the Humboldt Park encampment was closed, the meeting shifted to talk about strategies going forward about this as well as best practice. The executive committee asked All Chicago to compile a list of concerns and recommendations to address the concerns of the CoC members. You can find that on the meeting file section on the CoC's website. The meeting was only 30 minutes and the list of concerns and recommendations were compiled without much time for the mayor's office and DFSS to review the document. Due to this, we did not have much time to discuss the list of concerns and recommendations. However, we did share that the CoC's desire that the encampment work follows best practice moving forward, and that we want to ensure that there is a citywide approach to ending homelessness related to meeting the needs of specific older people. DFSS and the mayor's office agreed that there are opportunities to improve communications to the CoC about future encampment closures. And Chief Soto agreed to review the concerns and the recommendations more closely with all relevant parties. Okay. We're going to move on to
Regina, apologies for interrupting. I think Colleen had her hand up in the in stone, and so wondered if we could offer her a chance. I think it was related to the public comment.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't see that.
Me neither.
Sorry, Colleen.
No, that's okay. Can they hear me in the room?
We can
Mike-
hear you, but somebody needs muting. Let's see
Okay.
who it is.
That. All right, thanks. No.
My computer is
There we go.
not very happy, so Zach is helping me. No, I just wondered if I could move for a moment of silence and recognition of the public comment and recognizing, you know, the lives that have been lost recently. Mark, what did you say the gentleman's name was?
I don't know his name yet.
And I know that, you know, we're going into a season of experiencing a lot of preventable deaths in our city and elsewhere among people experiencing homelessness. And I think for many of us also the acquittal of the man who killed Jordan Neely a year ago, you know, is also very difficult to see. So wondered if we could take a moment of silence.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colleen, for calling us to call for a moment of silence for the loss. Now we're going to move into the CoC board slate and executive committee slate for 2025. I'm going to pass it over to the board affairs chair, Sherry Allen Reed.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. The CoC board, the CoC board slate and executive committee slate for the 2025 is going to be presented today. Can we go to the next slide? All right, next slide, thank you. This is the slate for the new oncoming board for the year 2025. We want to recognize that there are several members that are coming off, and I particularly want to recognize the service providers that are coming off, which is Richard Dukinsella and Kenneth Burnett, who have served our service providers well over the past few terms that they've held. And I just want to recognize them for their hard work and commitment to servicing our homeless community and those unsheltered as well. Recognizing that there will be For this new slate, we want to recognize that there are several new members coming on. For service providers, there will be Stephanie Piccarelli. I hope I'm saying that right. If I don't want to mess up your name. And also for service provider, there's Kathleen Recchia, and as a new member. And there were also 4 new member, and I just want to make sure, and also for new members, there is another new member that is coming on for at large, Eric Langham. And one more, I think that's it for the new members. Am I correct? If anyone, just want to make, Zach, am I correct? That's the only 3 members we're voting on?
Eric Langham.
Yeah, I said Eric Langham, yes.
Yeah.
So
That's
this is the board slate for 2025. What we will need is a motion to adopt the COC board slate for the 2025 as proposed. And because it is coming from a board committee, it does not require a second. So Regina?
Okay. Is there any discussion about the motion? Okay, let's vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Well, when
Oh,
Regina,
Regina,
there's a
back.
hand up.
Motion.
Richard just
Aye.
raised his hand.
What was that? We raise our hands?
Yeah, hi, sorry
Yeah.
about that. Last minute, I just remembered from our meeting. Is there any way to go back to the actual slate? We just wanted to confirm that the term dates were correct and it looks like they've been changed.
Yeah,
So
they've
I
been
just wanted
changed,
to
they've
make
been
sure.
corrected,
Okay,
yes.
great. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Mhm.
And Susan, you had your hand raised and then,
No, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking for raise hands to support the slate. And now I
Oh,
can't get
no.
them down. Every time I click it, it raises it again. So sorry.
oh, that's okay. That's
Okay, had her
fine.
hand up.
happens with me too.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah. Bookie, did you have your hand raised?
No, I was raising with the same with Susan. I was to to favor the slate, but I was trying to put my hand down.
Okay. So let's vote. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, let's turn it back over to Sherry for us to walk us through the second motion.
yes. So now we're going through the COC Board Executive Committee slate. The Executive Committee, it comprises board members and those who serve on board level committees. Currently, the slate is for Secretary Eugenia Olson. At large is Regina Freeman. And I mean, to listen to everybody, it is as listed. I will say that the 2 new people on the executive slate is Richard Rowe as the finance chair and Sherry Allen Reeves as the vice chair. And those are the only 2 new people on this committee of the executive slate. If I'm correct, yes. And, but I do want to add that we do have 2 youth action board, the youth action board members, Simone Mayette and Kimberly, I'm not gonna mess up her last name. And so I just wanted to make sure that we recognize that we are also have our youth action board members as well on the executive committee. So next slide, please. Regina, we're asking for a motion to adopt the COC Board Executive Committee slate for the 2025 as proposed.
I motion.
Okay. Okay, we do not need a second. This is coming from committee. Is there any discussion about the motion? Susan, I'm sorry, you had your hand raised.
Yeah, and actually, I did just want to make a comment. I fully endorse the slate. The only comment I want to make is that I think this highlighted for me in particular to to get greater clarity, and I think other people were slightly confused too, in terms of how the election for the selection of the slate committee members occurred, whether it occurs at the Board Affairs Committee or it occurs at the Service Providers Commission meeting, the representatives. Because I think just for myself, I really thought thought my contributions to the executive committee made a difference. And it's unfortunate that I'm not on it this next time around. And I didn't realize I wasn't on it until I looked at the slate. So I think just me trying to get some understanding of how those members are selected and what are the opportunities is something I want to make sure gets in the record, because in talking to the SPC chair and then even the Board Affairs Committee, there was some confusion around or at least I experienced confusion. So I think for next time around, I would, hopefully we'll get better clarity for next time.
If it would be helpful, Nicole gave me some notes I could offer just some context on, if that would be helpful, unless Sherry, there was anything you wanted to respond.
You can respond first, Beth, and then I'll add on if I need to.
Nicole shared just as context that the Board Affairs Committee has lacked clarity around the process for slating the board and executive committee. And so every year it's been done slightly differently because of the dynamic of seeing who's interested and available. And then the Board Affairs Committee decides amongst those who are willing and able. And that because this year the SPC slot on the executive committee needs to be also an officer position to roll us towards the chair for 2026. It added some further complexity to the process. And so the Board Affairs Committee did their best to select the person they felt was right, but it did mean there's been some turnover. Nicole noted that if the board wanted, they could make the executive committee larger and bypass the charter rules, which she notes has been done many times in the past. And so that if, for example, in this case, Susan wanted to still be on the executive committee, the board could choose to allow that to happen. And so that's the context Nicole had shared that I offer on her behalf.
Thank you, Beth. And I just want to concur. I do know, I also recognize that there was some confusion. But also just recognizing that the different constituency groups, service providers and LEC pick the slate for members for the board. They don't pick the slate for members for the executive committee or the slate going further, right? So they pick the slate for the members of the board. And so it is part of the process of the Board Affairs Committee, which is a committee of the CoC board, to pick the slate, because there is a part of the responsibility of that committee is to make sure that it is equity, diversity, and inclusion in all areas. And so we have to look at overall. So it has been some confusion this year, just because of some of the dynamics. And but we will be working on that as also part of the governance committee. We are working on we're working as a governance, we have a governance working group and looking at revising our charter and what that looks like and how we will work moving forward. So this is all in process of looking at, because we noted that there has been some discrepancy in things in our charter. And as we move forward, we're looking at correcting those issues as we move forward.
We had another hand raised, Cindy.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Sherry, for that report out. I wanted to acknowledge Susan. I know that her work and the organization's work creates a really wonderful balance in terms of youth homelessness when it comes to these types of conversations. And so maybe in the future, if we can have a matrix, if you do believe that there's been vetting for all of these positions so that there's proper representation, if we can see how people are being identified or self-identifying, so that there could be an understanding of how you've come to this conclusion. I did motion to accept because I want to support the people that have been presented, and I want to apologize to Susan. I was not aware that communication had not reached her in terms of how this was going to be presented today, and I just would not want anyone to feel like their contributions weren't appreciated. So maybe as you look at revising the manner in which you're going to be presenting these, if you can also share with us the rationale, so that we can come in with a better understanding of how you selected or who the members are being proposed for us to consider. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Susan?
Yeah, thank you for all the feedback on this, and I appreciate the conversation. The other thing that's highlighted too, and Zach, and I know you worked really hard on this, Sherry, everybody worked really hard on this, is also just from the SPC's perspective, understanding what the charter is related to the SPC, and that's another conversation. So again, this is all opportunity to understand what our processes are and how we can continue to improve them and the communication around all of it, that's all. So thank you for the conversation on this, and yeah, I look forward to continue to get better and better.
Okay, so let's move forward with adopting the CoC Executive Committee slate for 2025. We went through the discussions. Now let's vote. Are we all in favor of the slate that's been presented to us this morning?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries. Okay. Now we're going to move into the CoC anti-criminalization statement. Thank you, everyone. This is a second voting item today. And at the last CoC board meeting, there was some discussion around the CoC board making a statement regarding the Supreme Court's Johnson versus Grand Passing ruling, which allowed jurisdictions to pass or enforce ordinance that bar people from sleeping outside in public, effectively allowing cities to arrest people for being homeless. So all Chicago and our advocacy representative on the CoC board worked together to draft, and I want to turn it over to Fluky to share more about the statement that was developed.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, everybody. My name is Fluky Akani. I'm with Housing Action Illinois. I was voted into the housing advocacy seat last year. And I think, like what Gina said, I think my colleague Bob Palmer presented the last board meeting on Grand Pass versus Johnson, and the board wanted to make a statement about the criminalization that was happening across Illinois. So this is just I'll just preface it as it's a draft statement of some of the this is a draft statement that we proposed that kind of took guidance from National Low Income Housing Coalition and then the National Alliance to End Homelessness on this ordinance. Basically, the statement states that, and it should be a little bit revised, but it should state that the Chicago board is disappointed by the Supreme Court's decision with City of Grand Pass versus Oregon, and also the criminalization that's been happening around the state, where we have about municipalities who are passing these harmful ordinances, and it's also calling for like federal resources and state and local leaders to not focus on punitive or harmful fines and arrests, but on housing first approaches and invest in housing first solutions to create more stable environment for housing, and then also investing in shelters and other things that have worked to help with unsheltered homelessness. And I would say that this is also like anybody that has any feedback, please, it's appreciated. This is just again a draft.
Okay, thank you. Now let's discuss the draft. There needs to be a motion before we can discuss. Is anyone willing to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. I just have discussion.
Oh,
I'm
If
sorry.
if it requires a second, I will second Chairman.
It does require a second. Thank you very much. Now we can move on to discussions. Do anybody have any questions or thoughts about the statement that's being presented? Okay, Colleen?
Can you all hear me? Okay,
Yes.
great. Well, first I wanted to thank Feluke because I know, for her work on this statement, but I know that she and Housing Action Illinois have been doing a ton of work around this. So really appreciative of that. I just had a couple of suggestions to tweak. I think in the second half of the first paragraph, I might put some language in the chat to just clarify, kind of narrow what was the holding so that we're not just, that it's clear to folks that there are other legal questions that weren't spoken to in grants pass. So I'll put some suggested language in the chat, and then I think, let me do that before I keep talking. So we could cut that down if we want, but I would suggest to maybe replace the second sentence with that to kind of narrow, that it's not that the Supreme Court said that there's no other questions to ask about the legality of these laws. And then I think for the first sentence of the second paragraph, we did unfortunately see some of these laws passed in the fall and winter of last year in advance of this ruling. So maybe there's some clarity, we could say, let's see, let me pull this statement back up to just say, in advance of this ruling, several localities passed anticipatory criminalization ordinances of unsheltered homelessness, and this trend has accelerated, in Illinois since the ruling or something like that. And then I think that the National Alliance has some really good resources that I can put in the chat on just quantifying the harm of these policies and of unnecessary, criminalization of folks and continuous kind of forced removal of folks. And so those might be worth kind of linking to at the bottom of the resource, the statement as resources.
Hello?
I'm sorry, Susan, and then I'm gonna chime in once you say what's needed to be said.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, I'm really happy we're doing this. I think, and I think it's been brought up at a couple of meetings. So I would really endorse it. And I guess the next thing would be, is that what happens now? I mean, I know we have to approve it, I guess, but then what?
I don't know. I think that's a good question. I think it depends on what the board wants to do. I know Housing Action and CCH have been working we're going to be working on the Homeless Bill of Rights to make it to kind of revert back to May of this year, where it will be where it will make it we'll be adding into the Homeless Bill of Rights, that there shouldn't be any fines or arrests when it comes to folks who are unsheltered. But I guess depending on what the board wants to do and what advocacy they want to take, I guess it depends on what the board wants to do when it comes to not only statewide advocacy, but also in the city as well.
Did Nicole have her hand up?
Okay, I'm sorry, I was consulting with Joan. Because there are so many different amendments, I know Sandy, you had some amendments as well. We're gonna have to take this back because we will have to vote on each separate amendment or each separate change that's being proposed. So what we're proposing or what I'm proposing is we're gonna take all of the recommendations that Colleen has stated, that Susan, Cindy, I guess you made some edits as well, and propose taking it back for a redraft or rewritten, to be rewritten and amended.
Can I ask Joan a question? Is there a way we can suspend Robert's rules for a second and just edit this and pass it? I don't want Robert's rule. I think I've heard a lot of feedback over the couple of years that Robert's rules hinders us instead of moving us forward. And if there's an idea of suspending the rules so that we can just address these edits and make a final statement and then pass that, I think the board would be happy with that.
Saying, yeah, you could. And if they want to take the time to do that, fine.
She said, yes, we could do that. However, it has to be a 2/3 vote
To suspend the
to
rules.
suspend Robert's rule for us to be able to do the edits. And the edits have to be very specific in regards to what needs to be included in this new amended. So we will have to do a 2/3 vote. We have to do a vote to
Everybody agrees
amend.
That's 2/3.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, we have to do a vote to
Suspend.
suspend Robert's rules for this particular item. So now I'm gonna call for a vote. Are we all in favor?
If everybody's in favor, you got it.
I'm sorry, someone's talking. Richard?
No, I was wondering if you needed a motion for that, but if you don't, we can move to the vote.
I think we could just move to the vote. Are we okay? We're gonna vote to suspend Robert's rules for us to make the necessary amendments to this particular action today. So are we in favor of suspending Robert's rules?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, we got our 2/3 vote. Okay, let's move forward. It was a lot of recommendations in there, so we need
One of
to.
those as an amendment separately.
Okay. I see Nicole's working on it as we speak. Cindy, you had something to add as well?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to clarify the changes that we requested, which is just to add anywhere on public property, and to ensure that we can really have a stronger statement and just make it what it is. So we removed the commas. So very, very minor edits. We didn't have much else to add. I do want to note that if there, if there is a plan to lobby the city of Chicago, we might have to abstain. The city folks would have to probably abstain to that. So we just want to put that out there. Certainly, we want to support the continuum of care. This is the statement we also resonate with. So, I'm glad to see this, and I'm happy to be voting for it. But I will just want to caveat that in case there is a request for us to lobby the city of Chicago. It might be a little bit difficult for us to do that. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I believe there's comments in the chat as well.
Yeah, I added, I just want to chime in because Feluca emailed me this morning and requested, sorry, my slides keep changing, requested that this change be added. So it used to say the Chicago Continuum of Care Board is deeply disappointed by the Supreme Court's decision, but I think the request was to say is deeply disappointed by the harmful ordinances that have passed in Illinois since the Supreme Court decision.
Are there any other amendments? Okay. So now we have to look at each and every one. Hold on one moment. Let me consult with John. Okay, some other people. I'm sorry, did we miss somebody's hand? While I Step away.
Gina's hand was up.
Yeah, you.
Yeah, I
do
was
have
just
hands
gonna
up.
say maybe not in the actual letter, but we should start thinking about in that fourth paragraph where it says reject punitive approaches to homelessness. Perhaps we need to think about what that actually means, not for this letter, but in the future as we think about it as a COC, in support of some of the public comments that were made for it earlier. So I just think that it's important for us to think through what that actually means and what ideas we have in advance of being asked once this letter is complete.
So have her.
Okay, so Nicole, can we go through and read the new amendments that's been added, and then that way we can vote on the changes that's been added to this specific document and as combined instead of voting on. Yeah, it's called engross, so said.
Sure. So I added Colleen's suggestion, which was dropped in the chat on June 28th, 2024. The U.S. Supreme Court in City of Grants Pass versus Johnson overturned the Federal Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals Martin versus Boise. Martin held that enforcing anti-camping laws violate the Eighth Amendment prohibition of cruel and unusual punishment when there was no accessible shelter alternative to public camping. Grants Pass held that the enforcement of laws prohibiting sleeping in public does not violate the U.S. Constitution. Prohibition against cruel and unusual punishment, including ticketing or fining unhoused people, even when the government has no shelter beds available to offer to them. The first sentence in the original motion, or in the original version we sent out, was also changed slightly to say the Continuum of Care Board is deeply disappointed by the harmful ordinances that have passed in Illinois since the Supreme Court's decision in City versus Grants Pass. Another change requested says that the ruling allows local governments to arrest, ticket, and fine individuals for sleeping outdoors anywhere on public property, even when there is not enough affordable housing or shelter for everyone who needs it. And then just one addition at the end to include links to resources at the end of the statement in the version that goes out publicly.
Thank you, Nicole. I think we got it.
You got it. If there's no further discussion,
Is
just vote on it.
yeah, is there any further discussion before we vote? Okay, since there is no further discussion, let's vote. All in favor of the statement that's being presented before us with all of the amendments added?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. It passed. Motion passed.
Okay, so what do we do with it now, though? It's great, Regina, but what do we do with it now? Where are we gonna put it? What happens?
Yeah, so I can share some of the options of what typically happens, although I think this is the first time the board has passed a statement. In the last 5 years, the CoC has not had an advocacy committee or a group that does advocacy on behalf of the CoC. However, the board directed All Chicago to figure out by the February meeting what an advocacy agenda looks like. And so part of this could go into an advocacy agenda, and that will come back to the February board meeting. At that point, though, the board will need to decide who's going to do the work, right? Like the CoC can't do advocacy without someone sort of leading the CoC to do advocacy. And so in the absence of having an entity that the CoC feels comfortable leading advocacy, nothing will happen. And so just a preview to what's coming in February, you guys can start thinking about that. If there's other things that you want to direct All Chicago to do or ask other advocacy groups to do, the CoC board could do that as well today.
Could we at least put it on, and maybe de facto it'll be on there, but could it go on our website? Can we send it out as an e-blast?
Oh, yeah.
Will we do all that at least?
Yes, sorry, of course. It will go on, yes, sorry, that's much simpler. It'll go on in the newsletter and then on the CoC's website.
Okay, I mean, that at a minimum, right? But I like the bigger plan. So can we hear maybe at the next meeting then? Obviously, it sounds like it would be at the next meeting, the February, or whatever, following the February target date. Okay. Thank you. Low hanging fruit, Nicole. Just put it on the website right now.
Sherry, you had your hand up as well.
Yeah, that was gonna be my comment too. That's why I raised my hand just to say, is it at least gonna be on the website? And then once it's out, we can all put it on our social media platforms as well. I think that that would just be showing that we are, those who are in support of it at your organizations and what have you, just to make sure that it is out there. And I mean, we can share, I think that if you share the link to it, that way organizations can put it on their platforms, that would be helpful as well. So that we can bring the awareness up, because I think that people are not aware of what we're doing, the work that we're doing as a COC. But this will also let people become more aware of the work that is happening at the COC level as well.
Thank you, Sherry. Thank you, everyone, for this robust discussion. We're going to move right along to the racial equity line of action. And I'm going to turn it over to the racial equity impact team.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Perez. I use she, her, pronouns, and I serve as a project manager for the Racial Equity Line of Action and also a Racial Equity Impact team member. And I am joined with my fellow REAP members. So I'll allow Richard and Serena to introduce themselves. So I'll toss it over to Richard.
Hi, everyone. Richard Rowe with the Lived Experience Commission. I apologize for not being on camera, but at home with this Wi-Fi, it'll break up if I turn my camera on. So please forgive. Serena.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Serena Chapa. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I am on the Racial Equity Impact team. I'm also a community engagement and equity coordinator at Thresholds and a person with lived experience. And I think, Elizabeth, are you starting us off? I don't see the slides up yet.
I saw it and then it moved away. So are we have to bring up the slide deck.
Was it on the slide deck that we were working from for the meeting? I don't see them in there, and so I stopped. Maybe they are in there now. I see. I was using an older version. Hold on one second. I'll pull them back up.
Thank you. Well, as we're bringing those up, you'll hear from not only me, but Richard and Serena will be co-presenting together. So you get a little bit of taste from all three of us. But I'll toss it back to Serena to kick us off.
Thanks, Elizabeth. And also, if folks have questions, we will have time at the end, but feel free to drop them in the chat and we'll answer them as we go along. But gonna start with a brief background of what the Racial Equity Impact team has done so far. We were established as a core group of the Racial Equity Line of Action to work through detailed information on a racial equity analysis. And we've met on a bi-weekly basis and made meaning of those findings. And so the items that we're going to be bringing forward today are areas that we identified to focus on intentionally and culminates in an action plan that contains a lot of work that is specifically intended for areas within the COC's control. And so I'll start, if we can go to the next slide, talking about goal 1. You can read it on the slide there, but I'm going to talk a little bit about what it means. So the objectives of goal 1 really include revising our COC charter to explicitly affirm our commitment to transparency in decision-making processes and develop shared power with people with lived experience to ensure their voices are integral to shaping priorities for our COC. And that might include just and fair distribution of resources that provides feedback on performance and outcomes of our COC, as well as community feedback regarding pressing needs that they're seeing in their communities, and clarifying and defining the roles and responsibilities between All Chicago and the COC board that kind of enhances accountability and ownership over our work. And goal 2 then focuses on relationships and power sharing. The objectives include building access to funding opportunities that is beyond what we usually go with, like a newsletter. And so we are working to support nonprofit organizations and beyond that might not have the same amount of access or resources that these large organizations have. And so that might look like intentional engagement with BIPOC-led organizations and defining what we mean by BIPOC-led. And it also includes ways to engage our membership that can help speak to barriers or challenges within the engagement of the CoC, and really meeting folks where they're at as far as it goes with working with BIPOC-led organizations and the broader CoC. Next. Okay. Goal 3 looks at updating policies that affirm commissions the autonomy to govern themselves. So really looking at our lived experience commissions and our youth action board, and cultivating a leadership culture that includes the ability for those people with lived experience or direct service staff that are usually unable to participate in ongoing committee meetings to find ways to engage. And again, meeting folks where they're at, and also giving them power in the policies around fair compensation and training programs. So as we're building these pathways for folks to build their skills, we're also equipping them with the knowledge to effectively engage in these roles. And goal 4 is all about transparency regarding information and the outcome of engagement with our coordinated entry system. And so we put in their objectives around implementing training requirements for coordinated entry staff that focus on diversion and problem solving while prioritizing empathy and compassion, dignity and integrity, really putting humanity back into the work that we're doing. And again, meeting folks where they're at. And establishing a continuous feedback opportunity for those currently accessing the coordinated entry system so that we can kind of be iterating and doing better work as folks are coming through. And then increase the feedback. We can do that through town halls or other ways of engagement, again, beyond the newsletter. And then develop a position that can follow up on client feedback and concerns around the system. So someone who can hold that accountable and see through grievances, an ombudsman position. And so from our goals, they really go through and show what our objectives are. The action plan also gives accountability and responsibility to different CoC spaces that we think would be best to hold the work. But these goals are a culmination of a lot of work from a lot of different folks that are also on this call. So I just want to thank all the racial equity impact team members that are here. And then I think I'm going to pass it over to Elizabeth to go to the next part.
Serena. So for the CoC board members, y'all see the action plan within your packet. As you can see, it is a lot of information. And I think one of the things that we also were intentional on building is, what does accountability look like? I think even in today's conversation, as we think about actions that are put into play during these meetings, thinking about what does the accountability and transparency look like when these decisions are made. So the equity accountability framework is very intentional on establishing ways that we can communicate either within different areas of work. So as you heard from Serena, the racial equity work is intended to not be in a silo. It is intended to cross with various other areas of work within our continuum of care. So part of what we wanted to intentionally build in is, what does it look like to create an action plan that involves other spaces, but also what does it mean to connect with those areas, talk through the challenges, have responsibility and transparency around the progress, thinking about that continuous follow-up and engagement. And I think one of the things that we also wanted to stress is the sustainability and investment of this work. So I'll walk through each of these areas so you all have a little bit of an idea what we mean and what we envision as we are thinking about accountability when we are thinking about the items within the plan. Next slide. So the first area is really focusing on the lines of action leadership within the implementation structure. And the goal here is that we want to ensure that everyone understands their role and the importance of advancing racial equity, and also using tools and progresses that help build trust within one another and encourage ongoing dialogue that normalizes conversations around challenges and fosters a sense of shared purpose. So on your screen, you'll see some activities that we have been thinking around. What does it mean to have and implement a dashboard that tracks progress on all of these racial equity goals, so that anyone at community level can review and see the progress that is being made toward that? What does it mean to have strategic coordination across the lines of action that are responsible for implementing the plan? So thinking strategically around project leads such as myself and others that hold big bodies of work that we are intentionally doing strategic cross coordination. And finally, increasing training opportunities and resources that help result in informed and accessible engagement of members. So these are activities that I think a lot about All Chicago, right, as the system coordinator in some of these spaces, and thinking about how we can help support, create transparency, and really connect with one another as we are thinking about items within the action plan. Next slide. When we think about transparency and honesty around progress, the goal here is really to aim to cultivate a culture of transparency and responsiveness that results in the monument and adapting strategies as necessaries. So really looking at the recommendations that will help establish a framework of accountability and transparency so that all our stakeholders feel informed and involved in the decision making. This will help foster an environment of vulnerability and openness in sharing information. And these are items that we anticipate that will be held by the REIT. So really thinking about where is there opportunity to provide clarity on the web of leadership and activities that drive implementation of the racial equity plan. As you can see within the plan, we wanted to be very concrete and explicitly name different committee works, different committees or bodies that are holding the work and serve as decision makers, so that we do not lose like who holds that decision making power. We also wanted to adopt and uphold our REIT community agreements. For many of you that have been part of this journey with us may have seen these community agreements as ways that we enter into the space to remind us as REIT members what we have all agreed in shared purpose and really activating ourselves as change agents. It is also engaging people with lived experience. You'll see there is a lot of work around how to support the LEC and YAB and really supporting their autonomy and really helping support them have that conversation and us really listening to what they are naming in those spaces. It is creating monthly reports from the implementation leads to help ensure that everyone is aware about progress that may be happening and challenges that may be bubbling up, because we understand that reality hits, and sometimes when we anticipate something to go really smoothly, it may not. And how are we openly discussing some of those challenges? And finally, develop accessible communication tools. Thinking about our newsletter and other communication tools that exist, where is there an ability to look at various different tools as we look as to communicating the various areas of work within our continuum of care. Next slide. We also wanted to look at sustainability and investment. So as we know, moving forward, we want to be aware that implementation may mean different opinions of the how, the when, and the level of effort to do so. And this makes, right, sometimes the difficult, really a little bit more difficult to kind of continue on, but thinking about where is there support for initiatives that address systemic inequities. So it really helps us think about how do we start to engage with one another as we are thinking about accountability, but also thinking about that we want to make sure that there may not be, like, these are not going to be easy conversations. Even within the REIT, we have seen how we have really pushed each other past our comfort zone in order to help enhance the conversation. So it is really thinking about creating a broader coalition that is committed to equity. And within here, it is thinking about what does it mean to dedicate funding explicitly for the implementation of the racial equity plan. And it does involve thinking about, like, as we look even within this space, what does it mean to have various different leads that provide funding and are able to intentionally think about how can we lean into that? How can we also look at other pots of funding or funding opportunities to help support the work? And then it's also taking a look at a racial equity accountability community planning, looking at biannual community convenings on advancing racial equity. So we want to recognize that the work that we have done was based on a landscape analysis. But, you know, as many of us know, many things happen in real time, and thinking about where are there emerging items that, you know, may warrant for us to pivot because we want to be reactive to what is happening in our community today. So thinking about what does it mean to hold spaces for community members to really join us in thinking about how we are looking at advancing racial equity. And finally, navigating the internal resistance and conflict. So thinking a lot about identifying resources and practical tools that can help support individual accountability and conflict resolution practices. As I mentioned, right, we continuously think about experiences that bring our own personal, you know, sentiments into the conversation, thinking about what does it mean to hold space and support for one another, as thinking about accountability, how do we challenge our biases and so forth as we continue to move this work forward. So really thinking about suggested resources for building both individual competency and skills and group learning and process, because we want to recognize that as REIT members, we have been as a collective learning as well, and trying to disrupt even our own biases, or really looking at ways that we can disrupt our common practices. And that takes a lot of support for us to unlearn those things. So how do we also provide opportunity for others who may not have been part of this journey to also be able to learn with us and provide some resources and practical tools? So I know that's like a lot of information and a lot of things that we are thinking of that is holding within the action plan. So I'm going to toss it over to Richard to talk to you a little bit more about what we anticipate is going to happen next.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Yeah, so the racial equity impact team, going forward, what we would like to see and do is to review as we're working on the new charter and the new governance, what that's going to look like. So what we want to do is review the collective power and assign members from the REIT team to engage with the leadership of these committees and other work groups whose work intersects, within the with the racial equity action plan. Some of the groups are the Governance Work Group, the Board Affairs Committee, Lived Experience Commission, the Youth Action Board, and also the Coordinated Leadership Team, just to name a few. And we want to at least just voice our commitment and to accountability, and also closing the gap, meaning that feedback loop. So when folk have questions, often we find that in this work, we don't necessarily always come back to those groups or committees with what we have done or any progress or lack thereof. So just our strong commitment to closing that loop. Let's see, next slide. Oh, thought I had another slide. Okay, that was short. Thank you. So before we get to the motion, are there any questions? I know that was a lot of information. So before I read the motion, anyone? And I can't see the chat if anyone has any questions. All right. So let's get to the motion. All right. So I believe this wouldn't need a second, but let me read the motion as it's on the screen. The Racial Equity Impact Team requests the CoC board adopts the Racial Equity Action Plan as presented. So, Madam Chair, I'm not certain if it needs a second. I don't believe it does, but correct me if I'm wrong. Madam Chair.
What was your question, Richard? I'm sorry. No, what was your question?
No worries. I was wondering if we needed a second. I don't believe we do, but correct me if I'm wrong.
No, we don't.
Okay. So I'll turn it over to you, Madam Chair.
Okay. So this is not listed as a voting item. So
I'm sorry, it should be.
Just for clarity, the Racial Equity Impact Team requested 30 minutes on the agenda. At the time they requested it, they did not know that they were going to come and ask for a vote. But I think even if it's not listed in anticipation of it being a vote, if there's a board member, such as Richard, who is making a motion, then it can turn into a voting item.
And I do, Madam Chair.
Oh, that's okay. Just asking for clarity, that's all. So since there is a motion, are we prepared to vote? I'm assuming so, based off of the amount of work that's been put into this by the Racial Equity Impact Team. So they are requesting that we adopt this motion and adopt the action plan that's been presented.
We're gonna discuss it.
A second, this is Sherry.
Do we need to discuss it? I know Richard asked, do we have any questions, but I didn't hear any. So I'm assuming there wasn't any discussion that needed to occur. I may be wrong. Okay. Yep, hearing none. And Colleen has already seconded. So we are moving forward with the adopting of the racial equity action plan that was presented to us today. Thank you, team, for the excellent work and the amount of time and energy y'all put into that. Great work. We're going to move on because we have so much other stuff to discuss as well. So we're going to do, we're going to hear some updates from two of our committees. I'm sorry. Did we vote? I'm sorry. Did we vote?
You heard the motion.
We heard the motion. I'm sorry. We didn't.
Yeah, we need to
Okay.
vote on this.
Yeah, John said we need to vote. So all in favor of the
Aye.
action?
Aye.
Aye. Sorry.
Aye.
Yeah, that's why I need to be there in person. I jump ahead. Sorry.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carried. Motion carried. We're gonna move on to updates. I apologize for so much going on. Not prepared for. Okay, so we got two committees that are being that asked to present today and provide us some updates. We have the coordinated entry leadership team as well as the HMIS committee. And the other committees we'll hear from at the beginning of the meeting next year. So we can start off with the coordinated entry.
Thanks. And before Jacob jumps in, oh, I see Susan, you have your hand up, but I just wanted to show an org chart of the committees that you're hearing from today and how they are related to the CoC board. This is important because as you next year, the board will be asked to adopt a new governance charter, which will clarify and sort of fix some of these dotted lines here. But so we're going to be hearing today from the HMIS committee and the coordinated entry leadership team. Those are both groups that work with All Chicago in their roles as the HMIS lead agency and the coordinated entry lead agency. And so the committee is both responsible for helping set work plans and strategic direction for those things, but also for holding All Chicago accountable for our role as the lead agency. The charter does not state that the HMIS committee and the coordinated entry leadership team are a subcommittee of the board. And in actuality, there's like no tethering per the charter, but SOPC is the committee that is responsible for managing system performance, including lead agency performance. And so a few years ago, they sort of set guidelines for how these committees sort of report up to SOPC and then eventually to the board. So it's a little bit confusing, but just know that the charter in 2025 will fix this to make a direct link somehow, and we still consider these committees that are related to the board's work. Susan, did you want to ask a question before we go?
No, I was just, this is in the context, and I know you mentioned that the revised governance, however you framed it, is going to be reviewed next year. Because I know we need to get updates on all the committees and all the line of actions, right? That's what we've been talking about. So I'll wait.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good note though to just remind the whole board that as part of the effort to improve the information flow between committees and lines of action and the board will have in 2025 a structured schedule for when it receives updates from each committee and each line of action. Today, you're going to hear from two committees and then quick updates on two lines of action. But we'll continue that throughout the years to make sure there's you all are educated enough to make the decisions that you need to. And with that, I will turn it over to Jacob. And Jacob, just let me know when you want me to advance the slides.
Sounds good. Thank you, and good morning, everyone. My name is Jacob Stork. I am the Senior Program Manager for Coordinated Entry at All Chicago, and I'll be presenting some updates from the Coordinated Entry leadership team. So first, want to share an exciting announcement that on October 22nd, the Coordinated Entry leadership team passed an updated Coordinated Entry policy and a new prioritization plan. I'll share a little bit more about each of these, but there will be a community feedback webinar, which the Coordinated Entry team will be hosting on January 7th, which will be open to anyone who wants to attend in the CoC, and we'll be providing more details about each of these, and that will also be an opportunity for folks to share feedback. And then the Coordinated Entry team is also more than happy to offer a briefing on the policy and prioritization plan for the CoC board. So happy to coordinate that if that would be helpful, because we won't be going into all those details today due to time. And a couple of items just to highlight related to the policy is that it includes updated expectations for a variety of stakeholders. So that includes housing providers, crisis response providers, and system partners. And then it also includes strategies to improve the coordinated entry referral success rate, which is something that we've been really focused on over especially the last year and a half. And so some of the policy changes are meant to contribute to continuing to improve that success rate. Next slide, please. And then just to share a little bit of information about the updated prioritization plan. So this was developed over a long period of time. So the prioritization work group met for over 2 years and was made up with representatives from all of our stakeholder groups. So people with lived experience, service providers, the city, and others. And again, met for over 2 years and went through a really intentional and extensive process, collected community feedback, spoke with a lot of different community partners. A lot went into this. And the prioritization plan, some of the factors that are included in the new plan focus on racial equity, medical vulnerability, behavioral health needs, legal system involvement, and child welfare system involvement, amongst others. Next slide, please. And so with the new policy and prioritization plan, it is going to be the work of the coordinated entry team to implement both of these throughout 2025. I anticipate that that is where a significant amount of our capacity will go. They are both posted, so both documents are posted on the coordinated entry web page, so you can read separately each. And then there's also a survey that is also linked on that same web page, where if you want to provide written community feedback and questions as well. And I see Colleen just added that to the chat. Thank you, Colleen. So that's all there if you want to read that in detail, and encourage folks to submit written feedback. And as I think I mentioned previously, we will be hosting that community feedback webinar on both plans on January 7th at 10 a.m. That'll be an hour and a half, and it'll be recorded. So if folks are not able to attend, we will have that available, and we'll be sharing out information through other avenues as well. But that is our the one that's most close in the future. Next slide, please. And then we also wanted to provide an update on permanent supportive housing utilization, which is something that a while back the board asked the coordinated entry leadership team and All Chicago to focus on. And so in today's meeting materials, you'll see there is a PSH utilization dashboard, so you can review that. And I will note that when you're reviewing it, it is split up by projects that are CoC funded and projects that are non-CoC funded. So I think just want to add that. And then I think one thing that we want to note that I think really factors into the data is that over the past year, a lot of new PSH units have been added through the Unsheltered Homelessness Initiative, or UHI, and then through state investments as well. And so while that is great, and we love to see new units at PSH, it means that as those units are not all leased up yet, that there has been a decline in overall PSH utilization. And so I think, there's so many different factors that go into this, and as you're reviewing the data, I just want to provide that context. So I think we anticipate that as all of those UHI and state-funded units are leased up, that utilization will tick back up. Also, sorry, if you could go back, thank you. Also, Michelle Smith with the All Inside initiative led a work group which included providers that operate PSH units with CHA project-based vouchers. So that work group was really focused on addressing the time to move in, since we know that there are very specific issues and challenges related to CHA. move in and lease up. So there was a work group to address that. The coordinated entry team also continues to meet individually with PSH providers to provide technical assistance and talk through individual project utilization and different strategies, whether it be data entry or coordinated entry referrals or staffing, the different things that we know impact utilization. And the last thing I'll note on this slide is that the new coordinated entry policy is expected to increase the coordinated entry referral success rate. We know that that is a factor in projects being able to lease up, is getting successful referrals. And so I think we're excited for the impact that some of these policy changes will have on PSH utilization. Next slide, please. And then I believe this is my last update for coordinated entry. So moving forward, we will be publishing a quarterly data report with information about coordinated entry referrals. And this includes data points that were requested by the coordinated entry leadership team. Our first report, which covered the first 2 quarters of 2024, so January to June, is posted on the coordinated entry webpage. So certainly encourage folks to review that. We also hosted a webinar presenting highlights from this data on November 13th, and I anticipate that we will continue to host these data webinars at least twice a year. And then one more item related to the data report. So the Q1 and Q2 data report, and I believe the Q3 data report as well, just includes data from the general coordinated entry system. As you may know, there's a parallel coordinated entry system that we administer for survivors of gender-based violence. And so moving forward, that data report will also include the data from the GBV coordinated entry system as well. But it just, as you're looking at the Q1, Q2 report, it does not include that yet. We'll be moving forward. And I believe that is my last slide. I'm not sure.
There's one question in the chat about whether the policies identify the differences between the old and the proposed, or if not, maybe that's something we could address in the briefings.
Yeah, that's a good question. They don't specifically call out the differences. So yes, happy to talk through that in any briefings. If there's no more questions, I'm happy to hand it back. Oh, Cindy, I see you might have a question.
Yes, hi. Thank you for sharing the prioritization information and giving an opportunity to have public comment. Would it be possible to share, similar to the slate, to get like a just why the zip codes were selected, or why, some of the sections, they look like they might be similar in nature, but they're distinguished. Like if you have a parent who's incarcerated, and then the other question further down is, do you have somebody in jail, prison, now detention? And so just not sure those questions, why they were broken up that way. I'm sure that was discussed and there's some good background on it. So if we can see that part. And then I think there's a typo in one of the zip codes, is 60827. I don't know if that was intentional, but just wanted to flag that. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, we are happy to talk through how the prioritization work group came to each of those factors and the different questions and like data points that folks will be scored on. So can make sure to include that in the briefing. And then thank you for the feedback. I'll take a look at that zip code.
Simone?
Simone? Simone, I'm not sure if it's just me, but I can't hear you.
Yeah, Simone, we can't hear you. Maybe turn your camera off because you look a little digitally, and it might help with the Wi-Fi. Yes, I would suggest turning your camera off because you just sound a little bit in and out.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I think so.
I put it in the chat, but I was asking how can we join the webinar that's happening on January 7th, or how can other community members join as well?
Yeah, I'll drop the registration link in the chat, and then you're welcome to share that registration link with other community members. It went out or will be going out in the CoC newsletter. So I will go ahead and drop that in the chat in a moment.
Okay. Thanks, Jacob.
Thank you.
Move on to the HMIS committee.
Yes.
Wonderful. It's going to be me a little bit, and then Shannon Gato, who's one of our HMIS committee members, will be helping me with this presentation. This is going to be also a bit of a preview into Michelle's briefing that comes up after us about All Inside, as this work that we're going to be talking about is all related to All Inside. For folks who've been maybe really in the weeds on this, you may remember that one of the 5 items we were working on as part of All Inside was to help make community choices to create a data system that will support collaborative change in Chicago, and that we would get support to address technical issues that relate to allowing the system to provide added transparency for HMIS partners working across the same populations. Or in maybe a slightly less wordy way, we were going to get help to make it easier for people who log into HMIS to see information in HMIS. So the HMIS committee has been working on this throughout Michelle's tenure with us, and connected with other CoCs to learn about their experience changing visibility, which is the lingo in HMIS, about what you can see when you log in. Then held feedback sessions with the CoC, including specific meetings with LEC and YAB to hear what they thought needed to happen, as well as then learning from HUD-TA about funding guidelines and rules related to data sharing. Oh, next slide. I'm not presenting anymore. Next slide, Nicole. I want to note as more context for all of you that visibility was set up in our HMIS more than 10 years ago, which, if you think back to that time period, was a time when we all felt a little bit more uncomfortable around data sharing. We, as a society, hadn't progressed quite so far in what data was shared about us and by us collectively. And notably, it was before coordinated entry started. And so this big part of our system that needs folks to be able to see information didn't exist yet when we made these rules. And over time, we increasingly found that people being unable to see all relevant information in HMIS has made barriers for people who are accessing services and requires redundant data collection each time a person accesses services in a new project. With that, next slide, and I will pass it over to Shannon.
Thanks, Beth. It's nice to be on the board meeting today. I'm Shannon Ghetto, for those who may not know me. I am part of the Homeless Services team at DFSS, and I also serve as the voting representative for DFSS on the HMIS committee. So we wanted to also share, I think, some of the recent updates of what we have been discussing and moving forward around HMIS visibility as a committee. So in October, this past October of 2024, we did vote to move forward and towards full visibility as the default for our system. From an outcomes perspective, there were a few different things that we considered and kind of thought through that full visibility could bring to our system, such as improved ability to coordinate services across the different providers that utilize HMIS, reducing data collection burden on people experiencing homelessness or service providers as well, since they'll have access to most assessments that would be shared across providers and some other information as well, so it would make it less redundant. And then it would help to improve data quality for the clients that are being served and just the data in the system, as people would be updating records with more accurate information that they have access to. Additionally, clients will remain stewards of their own data. Sharing will only occur with their consents. And so one of the things that our committee is currently working on is how to refine and kind of finalize what the consent protocols and processes will look like to ensure that this is maintained. Next slide, please. So looking ahead into 2025, there's a lot on the agenda for the HMIS committee and the work that we're going to be thinking through around HMIS visibility. Some of them are in relation to establishing community standards and guidance on how to best use HMIS. So for example, what types of information belong in case notes versus client notes, and providing the community guidance on that and making it a bit more clear as just in terms of expectations around those type of things. Updates to data governance documents such as privacy policies and data quality plans. We'll be overseeing the development of numerous trainings and webinars related to changes with data entry, oversight, and HMIS usage. Some of those topics that we've discussed are, thinking about how to train folks up on the consent process and help people understand their options when making or giving consent with this transition, as well as client records that do need to be locked for those that are fleeing domestic violence, as an example. And then, of course, we'll work to steward community engagement along with the changes to the HMIS. So I think that's the main recap, but we're happy to answer any questions if there's time, or if we need to move on to the next agenda item too, that's totally fine. But thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for either of the committees that presented? Okay, here and now we're going to move in to our next briefing from All Chicago representative, who will be wrapping up her time here with us. Today, she'll be returning to her other job at the Minnesota HUD office. Michelle, you want to present on the all-in final briefing?
Michelle, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
Yeah,
also
sorry, I just realized that
Simone has a
I
hand
was
up too,
on
Regina.
mute. I was fiddling with the PowerPoint, so. And
That's
actually,
quite okay.
can you hear me okay now?
Yeah,
And
Simone has
can
her
you see
hand
my
raised.
PowerPoint?
Yeah, but can we
Okay,
get to
so-
Simone's hand? She raised her hand before. Sorry, Michelle.
Yeah.
Oh, sure, of course.
No, it's okay.
No, you go, Simone.
I had
Go
a
for it.
question for the previous presenter. I don't know if she's still on here. I just had a quick question for you, Beth. I'm Simone from the YAB, and I remember we spoke a little bit about the process that you were talking about recently. I wanted to know if there was any updates that have been made since the last time we spoke.
Yeah, it's a great question. The update we just shared, which is that we got to the place of an approved plan, is the biggest update. And out of this, as Shannon mentioned, we're starting to work on, therefore, what a new consent would look like, and hope to soon come back to YAB and LEC to review that consent as a first piece of it, as well as to provide each of the groups an update on where we are and what's coming.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm gonna see. Did the slide progress?
No, you're sharing the version that we can see the
Oh, crap. I hate it when
toolbar.
I do that. Hang on. Well, while I'm changing that for a second, I think I need to share my screen. Just wanted to mention that today is actually not my last day with the All Inside initiative. That I think entire screen or Chrome tab. I'm going to try entire screen. I think I would have this figured out by now. This should work. Can you see my presentation now?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Today is actually not my last day with the All Inside initiative. I just counted and I have 7 more work days with this initiative. And since I have loved it, I'm gonna savor in each of the 7 days. So also, before I get going here, we did have an in-person event a couple of weeks ago to conclude the All Inside initiative. The HUD office was nice enough to host it. And during that event, a number of people who are in this meeting today presented, and they did just a lovely job. And I just wanted to thank Chief Soto for presenting and speaking at that event. Gwen and Terrence, I think, are both on this call from the LEC, who did an amazing job. And then Nicole and Beth from All Chicago also presented. So thank you for making that event really special. And also, I'll apologize in advance to that group of you. You've heard all this stuff before, so bear with me. Okay, did my slide progress?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Okay, so just a quick reminder to those of you who might not be as familiar with the All Inside initiative. It was a first-time initiative that was tied to the federal plan to prevent and end homelessness. In that plan, there was a goal to reduce unsheltered homelessness by 25% by 2025. And the White House had decided that maybe it would be helpful to embed a quote unquote federal official into certain communities to see what they could do to help accelerate the work that was already happening on the ground. So the lead agency was the U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness. And you can see there the different communities that ended up getting somebody like myself who came from HUD. And the initiative started in July of 2023 and will end at the end of this month. So prior to my starting on the initiative, USICH had come out and run focus groups in the city of Chicago with providers, with people with lived experience, with government agencies, to try to determine what would be the areas that I would focus on while I was doing my work. And that you can see that the 5 areas that they decided on are shown on this slide. I won't read them to you, but I think that we were able to really accomplish a lot with 4 of them. One of them, the needs of unsheltered people on public transportation. The focus there was to see if we could identify federal funding through the Department of Transportation on that, and we didn't have a lot of success in being able to do that. But DFSS, through their delegate agencies, has been doing amazing work nonetheless on that particular area of focus. First of all, the HMIS priority, I think it makes no sense for me to go and explain what that was because Beth and Shannon just did a wonderful job of explaining that. I will say that I wholeheartedly support the direction that the continuum is moving around visibility. I think it will have an amazing impact that you will definitely be able to serve people experiencing homelessness better as a result of the work that's going on to increase visibility. Okay, the lived experience focus. There were a number of things that I did around the lived experience focus, and that focus was to see if there were ways that we could really increase the impact of people with lived experience on the work of the continuum that goes beyond just making suggestions on policies and really extends into the implementation of policies and programs. So around that particular issue, I ended up interviewing a number of you, met with both the LEC and the YAB on a number of occasions, did a lot of research on best practices, and ultimately wrote a memo making 14 recommendations on how I thought that in light of all the information out there, that the CoC could improve the involvement of people with lived experience. And one particular area I want to focus in on is the compensation piece. One thing I did actually before I even submitted the memo was I collected compensation policies from different continuums that were located in cities of similar cost of living, and shared that with the Finance Committee. And as a result of that survey, the Finance Committee approved, at least on a temporary basis, an increase in the LEC's compensation from $30 to $50 per meeting. Now, over the past few weeks, as the LEC and YAB know, I've been working with them to see if we can create a new draft compensation policy. The the YAB already had a pretty up-to-date policy, but the LEC's policy was from the dark ages and was definitely not up to date. And so I have already written a draft. I'm trying to get some more input around the particular issue of compensation for people who have childcare and elder care responsibilities. And then I'm going to incorporate that into that draft. And then we'll be sharing it with the LEC and YAB to see if they want to vote to submit it to the, I think it'll be both the Finance Committee and the Collaborative Applicant Committee. So anyway, excited about that. And I hope that results in a clear policy that will really recognize the value of the work of people with lived experience in the continuum. A couple of other things that I did. I actually did quite a bit of training that it was raised as a concern by the Lived Experience Commission in particular, and did some CoC 101 training, and I try to do things in plain language. And also the LEC, while they were updating the charter, I try to help them. Probably just ended up bugging them about grammar more than anything. Maybe not. I did word choice too, but okay, documentation focus. So the idea over here was that you guys all know this, that in order to access housing and services, people who are experiencing homelessness need to have all sorts of documents, driver's license, or excuse me, like state issued photo IDs, social security numbers, a lot of things that when you're experiencing homelessness are documents that are pretty hard to keep a hold of. And so the idea was, what can be done about that particular issue? One thing that I heard right as I was starting the initiative that was there was a belief that organizations were requesting documents in the name of funding sources that really weren't required. And so I decided to embark on this journey of collecting for the main funding sources what really were the documentation requirements, and got the funding sources to sign off on this document. And All Chicago is put it on their website. They have made a commitment to keep the guide up to date. So that was a resource that came out of this initiative. And beyond it just being a useful resource, I think it's going to have other impacts. I know that I went out and presented, I think I did maybe like 6 presentations on the documentation guide to different groups. And during that presentation, I was really advocating for individual organizations taking a look at what are the documents that they're requiring, and then go and look at their funding sources, and is it really necessary to be requesting all these documents? I think what tends to happen is that, well, this is something we've always done, and it might not be necessary. So I just wanted to call out Mercy Housing that's really taking a lead in this respect. I did a presentation to their national staff, and it seems like that already working with the state of California, and particularly San Francisco, they started being flexible about the documents that they were requiring. And I know Pamela McKenzie is advocating for that same thing to be happening in Chicago. And, you know, using my documentation guide as, you know, the argument for doing that. Currently, the Chicago Department of Housing is considering how to implement a low barrier documentation focused policy focused specifically on social security numbers. This was something that I really discovered as I was going through looking at all these different sources, is that in many cases, social security numbers are not required, or at least proof of a social security number, and that getting replacement social security cards is one of the hardest documents to obtain. And I discovered that San Francisco had developed this policy to prohibit that. And so we've been working with the Department of Housing about, can we do something similar to what the city of San Francisco is doing? And it seems that the city is on board. They're just figuring out how to implement that. And I've also talked with Nicole in All Chicago about how the CoC could possibly do a similar policy. And I'm hoping that that will be something that will happen in the future too. And it could be a question of following the lead of the city's Department of Housing. One other thing that I wanted to mention about the impacts of the documentation guide. As I was training on the guide, I started hearing from a lot of providers that, well, what about DFSS and all their documentation requirements? Well, I hadn't included them in the guide because I had been told that the projects they have don't have extensive requirements. Long story short, it appears that there's a disconnect between documentation requirement policies and what the monitoring team is doing. That the monitoring team has been requesting all these documents that really aren't necessary. DFSS has made a commitment to address that with their 2025 audits to make sure that auditors are not requesting documents that really aren't required. Okay. One other thing that I think came up in an earlier presentation was this permanent supportive housing projects with PBV's work group. That really came out of learning about the work that the All Chicago was doing in analyzing the occupancy rates of PSH projects. And so I had sat in on some of those interviews with PSH projects and heard a lot of complaints about how long it takes to fill units that have PBVs. Formed this work group. We ended up going through this process of analyzing painfully, step by step, the process for filling units. Out of that, I created 3 technical assistance documents, including one that gave best practices for filling those units, made a number of recommendations that CHA accepted. But one thing I wanted to point out, while this didn't come directly from this work, I think it was really because of this work that CHA ultimately accepted self-certification of Social Security numbers. I had seen that in HUD guidance that HUD had said that public housing authorities could do that. And so because of the relationship I had established with CHA through that work group, reached out to them, they ultimately decided that they would accept self-certification of Social Security numbers. And I don't know how I'm doing on time. I should have been watching. I'll try to go quickly through the rest of this. I think this is the last one. Wanted to talk a little about the returning resident priority. Basically, in this priority, I've been supporting the CoC with the reentry line of action, and I've done a number of different things around this. Just completed an inventory of existing housing targeted to returning residents in the city of Chicago. Such an inventory did not exist. And it's a spreadsheet that has 40 organizations, over 100 individual projects. I'm hoping that this information can be maintained, can be used to be able to connect organizations, to fill vacancies, can be used for the purposes of planning. Now the big issue, as far as I'm concerned, is determining what exactly the needs are. And then this could be used as a gaps analysis where you can figure out really what are the specific types of housing models that are needed to house this population. There's some of the other things that I've been doing. And really what I feel is one of the big things, and it's not something that you can like show, you know, a document and say, this is something that I accomplished. I'm hoping that I played a role in bringing the CoC and the reentry advocate community together a little bit better. I think now there's a little bit more trust. And I think that came in part from me doing a lot of training around HUD requirements. I think previously the reentry community was blaming the CoC for a number of their policies that weren't really CoC policies, they were HUD mandates. And so anyway, I hope I played a role in that. Wanted to quickly do a shout out to a bunch of people. There's too many to name, so I just put some of the names here on this slide, but there was no way that I could accomplish the things that I did without the support of a lot of different people within the CoC and with your trust. You were all just an absolute joy to work with. I hope that you guys stay in touch. Even though, you know, starting January 1, I will be back to being field office director of the Minnesota HUD office. Reach out to me at any time. I mean, one of the things that I realized doing this work is that I feel for me personally, and professionally, that I am really in my heart a social justice advocate, sort of trapped in the body of a federal official. And this job really made me realize what it is that makes me feel good doing work-wise. And I'll just mention that come July of next year, I'm actually eligible to retire from HUD. And so I'm thinking a lot about the future, about, you know, possible things that I could be doing in the future outside of working for the federal government. One other quick thing is that I know it's probably concerning, perhaps, about what the future will hold with the new federal administration. I have all the faith in the world that the Chicago CoC will weather whatever comes your way. But definitely now more than ever, it's going to be really important for you guys to stick together, to bring your A game as you go out there and do this work. It's going to be super important. And I hope that I did not go over my 15 minutes. So thank you, thank you, thank you for what really was the best year and a half of my professional life.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you for all the amazing work that you've done. I know there's going to be a lot of kudos in the chat, so take a look at the chat. I know we have to move on to the special NOFA funding and the Youth Homeless Demonstrated Project update. So we're going to skip to those presenters. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. For special NOFO projects, I have a few updates for this audience here. I want to express that the comprehensive coordination of our citywide outreach continues in partnership with DFSS. All of these NOFO projects are serving clients. Over this last year and a half, we've been leveraging credentialed staff, so LCSWs and CADCs, to complete verification of disability forms for PSH housing projects. We've launched the augmented case management programs. They're also serving clients, and stakeholders are meeting in bi-weekly case conferencing spaces to talk about opportunities. Thanks, Zach. To talk about opportunities to assist program participants. And the UHI prioritization launches in February 2025. And another update are that the projects do continue to report turnover as a common challenge to their project's optimization. Before I bounce over to the capacity building opportunities in 2025, Zach reminded me to just take a pause and introduce myself. For folks that do not know who I am, my name is Nikki Grigalunas. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the Director of Homeless System Coordination at All Chicago. And I help to spearhead the special NOFO funding and the YHDP funding. Back to SNOFO opportunities. or updates. So some of the providers have experienced that we've had some training opportunities that have come along with the special NOFO funding with our technical assistance providers. In 2025, we look to continue the trauma-informed care training. So in 2024, we trained supervisors, and in January, we'll be training the direct service staff. We're also putting together a staffing turnover toolkit that is comprehensive of the varying levels of staff positions that can turn over, and also grant management activities. We're hoping that this toolkit can be used in spaces to help reduce some of the impacts of the staff turnover that our providers are experiencing. And also in January, we'll be providing a extreme weather listening session for frontline staff. This listening session is to gain an understanding from direct service staff, outreach, drop-in providers, to understand what training their staff need to be able to provide service during those extreme weather events. Next slide.
Nikki, before you go ahead, can you just explain what UHI prioritization is?
Yes. Part of the SNOFO funding required our community to move away from our COVID community prioritization for coordinated entry. In early 2024, there was a working group that established a new prioritization that would help our community identify our most vulnerable unsheltered residents in a new prioritization. This is going to be taking effect in February of 2025.
Thanks, Nikki. And there's one other question. Has the extreme weather listening session been scheduled yet?
It is not. So this is brand new. We should be having a scheduling tool out to the community in the next couple of weeks, but we're expecting this to happen in maybe the middle of January. So we're moving quite quickly with our technical assistance advisors to make sure that this gets out as soon as possible.
Thanks, Nikki. I think those are all the questions on the SNOFO side. So I'll advance you now to talk about YHDP.
Yes. So really quickly, what is YHDP? The goal of the Youth Homeless Demonstration Project program is to support selected communities in the development of a coordinated community approach to preventing and ending youth homelessness. There were about 8 rounds of this funding, and Chicago is one of the communities that has been awarded. Next slide. One of the first things that we're getting to work on immediately is building a coordinated community plan. So this is expected to kind of lay the groundwork of what this plan or framework intends to bring through projects to help reduce and end youth homelessness. This plan is going to be the framework in which programs and projects can apply to. The purpose of the projects is, again, to demonstrate how a coordinated community approach to serving youth experiencing homelessness, ages 24 and younger, can dramatically reduce homelessness. And there are 3 different milestones that we'll have to pay attention to. Next slide. In regards to timeline, I just wanted to provide just a quick snapshot of where we are and where we need to go. So end of October, it was awarded that Chicago was awarded this funding. And then in April, pardon me, then in April, we'll also need by the end of April, April 29th, we'll need a coordinated draft of that coordinated community plan. And then in October of 2025, all of those projects will need to be turned on. So the projects that are selected. What we're doing in the meantime of those larger milestones, we have provided kind of a kickoff meeting in November, where we were bringing together some of the service providers to kind of talk about what YHDP was going to look like. And we've already met with our technical assistance providers as well. Next slide. Some basic information about the award itself. This grant is for 2 years, so we're looking at about $7.5 million per year. And these funds will be renewable after those 2 years as part of the regular CoC competition. The award itself did allow up to 3% for a planning grant, but those funds were not renewable, and our community chose not to take advantage of that. The types of projects that will be available through the YHDP can include PSH projects, rapid rehousing, THRRH projects, transitional housing, SSO projects, SSO coordinated entry, HMIS, and planning. Projects can do a lot of activities that are also outside of the regular CoC regulations. One example is to remove chronicity from PSH projects. For any of the folks that have been familiar with the Snowfall project, this was something that our community had chosen to do. Next slide. So again, what should we be looking out for as this process moves forward? We need a system planning process and a project process. We'll be working alongside the Youth Action Board, who's a specific decision-making driver of this project, and our HUD TA, along with the Youth Line of Action through these two processes. So as I chatted about earlier, our first milestone is at the end of April. And so we're looking at system mapping. We need to have a well-rounded stakeholder group. We need to have an understanding of what the governance structure of this project will look like. And we will need to identify the types of projects that we think our community requires to reduce and end youth homelessness. Then in August, the second part of the coordinated community plan is due. So this is really laying out some of the missions and the missions, goals, and action steps that our community is going to take through this project. And our YAB should be fully recruited and integrated into decision-making processes. And we should have our principles aligned to guide us through this process. Then in the fall, as I stated before, we'll be turning projects on and looking after into 2026, so a whole year from now, we'll also be working towards developing a continuous quality improvement plan. So this is going to help us assess the objectives and goals of the YHDP. Early in July, those projects are going to be due to HUD. So we'll be running an RFP process during that time. And then again, by the end of fall, all of those projects need to be turned on. Next slide. So what are some immediate next steps that we're taking? Right now, we are currently looking for a senior program manager to help facilitate the project with the CoC, the YAB, and the YHDP. Our HUD providers are meeting together. We are coordinating with other youth-led initiatives to identify opportunities for collaboration and coordination. Our HUD providers have already met with the YAB and continue to meet with the YAB to talk about how we can increase recruitment. And Michelle Smith has, as you heard earlier today, is finalizing updated compensation policies for the YAB and the LAC that can be applied to this work. And we're also assembling a budget that helps with those stipends. We're also finalizing the Youth Line of Action leadership team in the next couple weeks, and we continue to identify coordination opportunities. Next slide.
That's your last slide.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know there are some questions. There were some questions in the chat, and Susan, you have some questions as well.
Okay, should I go? Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing this. This is so exciting. So thank you very much for all this. Quick question though, I keep on raising this. How are we making sure that we're coordinating between, I know you referenced Youth Line of Action, right? So we have the YESI grant also. So I keep on remaining concerned of how we're all, one, we keep on tapping YABs, right? Or, and there's only a finite number of YABs, young people that are doing this work. And I know you mentioned recruitment, but everybody's going to be talking to them, right? So how do we make sure that it's a broad representation? How are we coming up with tiered folks, like just one-off folks that we need them versus ongoing lots of hours? Because it was talked about quite extensively at the YESI meeting the other day. But also just coordinating all this work and making sure that everybody's clear on what they're doing and we're not running around duplicating.
Thanks, Susan. I do want to bring in so we are in the initial stages of this kind of coordination, and we've met with some of the folks from YESI, and we're also working internally with the YAB, the Youth Line of Action, and our HUD TA providers to make sure that when we are in spaces for decision making, that we're meeting in times that are inclusive of all of these decision makers, and making sure that we're also coming away with deliverables, especially for that first milestone. I'll go ahead and pass it over to Beth for some other higher level coordination that could be happening behind the scenes as well.
Thanks, Nikki. I think the other thing that we're really mindful of is, Susan, there are lots of people who sit at all the tables. And so we are looking for everyone who's at all of the tables or more than one to raise up opportunities for coordination. There is no amount that any one person can do to ensure systems are aligned. And so it's really also about inviting everyone into ensuring they see responsibility and ownership of making sure that we are coordinating. And so certainly to Nikki's point, there's meetings that are happening that All Chicago is supporting. And also for folks who may be on more than one of these, we look to you to help and make sure that all of this is being caught to ensure that the pieces are working together. I will note for members of the board who may not be as familiar with all of the complexities of these different projects, the YISI is the Youth Homelessness System Improvement Funding. There is a YESI that got awarded to Cook County that is the Chicago and suburban Cook CoCs working together, being led by the Illinois Collaboration on Youth, that's really helping with a needs assessment and building of youth leadership. That is a really amazing thing that will help, we believe, in the direction of what YHDP is also trying to accomplish, but will be wonderfully additive, and is work that the YHDP timeline that Nikki shared doesn't always allow for as much time to invest in. And so there's opportunities for synergy, but the works are a little bit slightly scoped differently. And there's also been a YISI award that was made to the state that's really focused on discharge planning and reducing the rates at which young folks in a couple of the state agencies ultimately experience homelessness. It's very focused on the data, and over time will also be focused on building up youth leadership at the state level. So again, another amazing opportunity, but that will largely work alongside the work that Chicago is tasked with through YHDP. And so it'll be important to be knowledgeable about, but the decision-making in the two places should not necessarily run up against each other. So just that as other context for folks who may not be quite as conversant in some of the letters and acronyms we're using.
Yeah, and just one quick thing. I know Colleen just mentioned it, but this got brought up at the Community Advisory Council on Homelessness as well. And I know Christine Haley was talking about trying to do a convening as well to coordinate stuff. So yeah, it's amazing work, and obviously I'm ready to do this wherever I can. So I will sit back quietly now.
Are there any more questions about the two particular items that were just presented? Before we let Nikki leave? I agree, amazing work. Okay, we're gonna move into final announcement and adjournment. But before we do, I know Colleen, you wanted to have a moment to talk about the initiative, and you said we had some time at the end of the meeting. Is that still the case? Would you like to talk about the initiative, the One System
Yeah.
initiative?
Thank you, Chair
Okay.
Freeman. I just wanted to, it feels like about 2 years since I gave the presentation on One System initiative to this group in October, but in fact, it was only 2 months ago, and I just wanted to share a couple of, updates and thank I think almost everyone here has been engaged, both in your ongoing work of responding to all people's need for shelter, the new arrivals response that our city has experienced in the last 2.5 years, and then being really active participants in the One System initiative over the last 9 months or so. So want to recognize and thank each of you, and particularly, the leadership of Chief Soto and Commissioner Kanazi, who are on. So as that, all of that said, I wanted to share just a couple of exciting, implementation updates that we're excited about. Yesterday, I'm happy to share kind of moving the phase 1 vision forward. The state was able to take in the first non-new arrivals into our formerly new arrivals shelters. So those opened up yesterday to all populations. They are family serving shelters. So quite a number of families are moving in. Yesterday, I understand about 60 people moved in to the state shelters alone. So really excited about the work we've all done together to get there. And then we're expecting on Friday that a new kind of replacement, landing zone type model that is open to all people seeking shelter we expect to open on Friday. I think it is called the, let me not misspeak, Shelter Placement and Resource Center, or SPARC. So we can thank our Lois Sutter for being the brain behind that name. So really excited about that new resource for our system, which will serve as a new kind of physical front door for anyone seeking shelter in our city from any background.
Where is that located?
There is going to be a press release I'm expecting this week with more information. I don't want to give you bad information, but those are my updates, and really just thanking this group for all of the work collectively to get us there.
Okay, Susan, I know you have some updates as well as some announcements, and well as Eugenie.
Yeah, sorry, actually, it's going to kind of mixed in. So maybe I'll do the scary thing first and then the sad thing next. One thing that I'm getting lots of questions from our young people, that what's going to happen if ICE shows up and tries to enter the shelter. So I think us as a continuum should look at that. And I don't know if there's guidance out there. I mean, at this point, we're going with the guidance related to, folks can't enter into your home without a warrant. But I think us as a continuum, maybe the executive committee picks us up after the first of the year or somehow or other. I think we need to be able to acknowledge that this is something that's bubbling amongst the population, and also what are we going to do? But also, so that's one item. I think the other item, though, is, and I don't know if Commissioner Kanazi is still on in the meeting, but obviously she's departing, and it's a really sad thing, not only because she's a fashion icon, but clearly of all the amazing things she's done in the space. So if she's still here, I feel like we should thank her and acknowledge her. So that was my 2 cents.
I'm here. I just want to say, one, I'm so surprised that Fran dropped the story in the middle of the meeting. So not good timing.
Sorry, I saw that.
But that's Fran. Um, I just want to say thank you all. Being part of the COC is not easy work, and what you all do to protect and serve people experiencing homelessness is just, it's just tremendous. So thank you for allowing me to be the past immediate chair of the board. Thank you for listening to me when sometimes I didn't always agree. And just, thank you for being supportive of the team here at DFSS. I don't do this work alone. I do this work with a team of 350 dedicated individuals who sacrifice their family time, their weekends, their holidays to make sure that we make someone else's day a little bit brighter. So I couldn't do this without your partnership. And so just thank you for allowing me to be a part of this body. And I'm leaving the work that I do around homeless services, but staying in the social service sector. So I am positive I will see you all again. I will be asking you for something else, but I just ask that you be gracious to the team because, it's going to be different without me, but they are well positioned to lead into 2025. And, you can always reach out to Maura. She'll be filling in for me while I'm gone. And it's bittersweet. I have done this job. I've been at DFSS for 10 years. I've been commissioner for 4, first deputy for 4. And I don't know. I guess I came to DFSS. I only meant to stay 2 years. I was a consultant and I was like, I'm just tired. I need a rest. And this department has just given me everything and more that I could have asked for. And so I just appreciate you all. I think we're leaving on a really good note. In terms of one system, I couldn't have asked to get resources like this. And so the way we got it was difficult and hard, but excited to be opening the access point and to have the additional beds. And so just know that I'm just grateful. And 20 years of government service, I've done it. So I want to do something different now. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Eugenia, and then Colleen.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. I had a question for the earlier comment around the 60 individuals that are placed in the shelter that opened. I'm wondering where those 60 individuals came from, or were they waiting for shelter somewhere else? I'm just curious. And then I had another point.
Yeah, I understand that they were filled through the typical 311 shelter request process, so I don't think that they were transferred from anywhere else.
Okay, thank you. And I think the last thing that I wanted to mention while we had just a little more time is to think about the public comments that were mentioned at the top of the meeting. It was mentioned that someone lost their life, and I think it's important for us not to just kind of skate over that and spend a few moments of silence and then there's no action behind it. So I acknowledge Chair Freeman, you had mentioned that there'll be some more conversations kind of behind the scenes of how the COC can support. I think this is a tremendous opportunity to recognize and acknowledge some gaps that exist in how the COC can leverage its resources and support. So I'm all for that conversation, and I'm hoping that we can address or respond to the public comments that are brought forth. Thank you all.
Thank you. And then we got Cindy.
Thank you. Big cheers to Commissioner Brandy Canazzi. I know that her team is just incredible every day, just either being at encampments or trying to strategize on the racial equity component or data-driven approaches. So just really appreciate the folks that we have at DFSS, and I know that we'll continue to cross paths. So thank you so much, Commissioner, for setting us up for success. I do want to, I think, along the lines of what Eugenia shared, I do want to acknowledge what Mark referenced, and I welcome Commissioner's feedback in case there's more on the winter bed strategy. I did get some information. I didn't want to forego the opportunity of clarifying some of that in terms of at least what is within our plans and our available resources. We did open up 9 beds for men on December 6th and the 11th, and those beds are managed by Intervoice. Lincoln Park Community Services opened up 24 overnight beds for men and women on December 15th. And the Salvation Army will be opening up 100 beds for men on December 22nd. In addition, DFSS did close the RFP for hotel motel support for singles, and that RFP is still being considered in terms of who will be awarded those dollars, and the beds will be available year round. So they will be hotel beds available year round. Certainly, there's a lot of work we need to do, and we're trying to ensure that we continue to stay responsive and proactive. So we look forward to working with everyone on the weather planning efforts. And then I also wanted to note one other component about. Oh, it escaped me. It was a comment that was shared and I wanted to clarify, but I'll come back to this. Otherwise, I'll send a note to Madam Chair and maybe she can send it back to everyone. But thank
Was
you,
it the immigration enforcement, Cindy?
Yes, thank you, Susan.
I thought it was.
Thing that we're trying to do at the mayor's office with our deputy mayor of immigrant, migrant, and refugee rights is put out the protocol to be able to, at minimum, know what they can do or can't do if ICE shows up. This is both for shelters and at encampments. Certainly, we're going to do our best to ensure people's safety and make sure that they know their rights. We don't know what's going to happen necessarily. Minimum, want the people to know that they have rights, that we are here to help them out, and we want to be able to support also organizations that want to do a little bit more to further understand the various threats that our immigrant community will be facing. So the IMER team, my office, and then our city agencies are going to come together to continue to build a strategy so that we can convey it to the public at large so that people know, what they could maybe just enforce on their own or, at minimum what the city can do for them. Thanks, everyone.
And last but not least, Colleen.
I just wanted to build also on the conversation around preparing for any possible ICE interactions. The state is also working with the city to update guidance and resources, but hopefully it came through on the chat before my computer died. There's a great recent guidance from the California Attorney General specific to shelters and preparing for interactions with immigration enforcement agents. And so most of that is not specific to California and broadly applicable. And there's a lot of kind of sample policies, things like that. So recommend folks take a look at that and see if it's useful in the meantime.
Thank you, Colleen. I want to make the final comment. I want to thank everyone for your tremendous support throughout this year as your chair of the CoC board. This is my last official meeting as the chair, but I will still be serving in the capacity of an at-large representative on the CoC Executive Committee. It's been my tremendous honor. I've been working in the homeless community for over 20 years. And by far, this has been my greatest joy and my greatest pleasure and my greatest learning experience as well. So I thank you guys for this wonderful opportunity. I look forward to continue to work on the CoC board. You have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and we'll see you in the beginning of 2025. Thank you, everyone. Bye. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays.
Merry Christmas.
Take care, everybody. Happy holidays.
Bye, Regina.